Hello, welcome to the August 4th, 2023 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the livestream. And if you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can submit questions. I'm just going to make sure. All right. You can submit questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or you can simply just type your question in the chat field and we'll go through the different topics and questions chronologically. Realize that as the live stream continues on, that I may be behind the questions and may not be able to answer them in a real-time manner. But I'll try to go through them all chronologically. So if you have a question and it doesn't get an immediate response, if you want to, if we could try to refrain, if we could refrain from asking the same question over and over again, that would be repeated. We'll try to get through it chronologically. We should have an index of all of the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. I had to basically go through, rewatch the live stream, and type all the questions up with the times, and you could use that as a reference to quickly navigate to different topics. If you want to search for topics, and we've done over 27,000 different topics in the live streams. If you want to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com and search there. And we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that website. We also want to give special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude for their works serving as Cubase moderators. So they're not Steinberg employees. They just really do this out of the goodness of their hearts. And also special thanks to Jazz Dude for all of his work for the Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful reference of various articles and tutorials that can really benefit the Steinberg community. So I'm going to thank him for that. Just a quick note, next week I will be on vacation, so there will be no live streams next week, and we will be coming back on a week from Tuesday, so I believe that's August 15th. So just kind of look for that live stream. So once again, no live streams next week as I'll be on vacation. I won't have all my equipment with me, and I'll try to take some time off and for vacation. So just a quick note with that. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I basically serve as a product specialist focusing on Steinberg products. And I'm the host from the live stream. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. It's always fascinating to see people from all over the world on the live streams. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with some questions. Let's go back up to the top. All right, so we see Jazz Dude on and Best Korean Jesus. All right. And we have Michael Marshall from Somerset, UK. Best Korean Jesus, I believe, is in San Diego area. All right, we have Mr. Dali67 just saying hello to everyone from Denmark. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we have Larry B just wishing everyone a happy Friday from Brampton, Ontario in Canada. Thanks for being here. Always wonderful to see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin. We have Alexander Plasko. We have Masta LBC just saying hello to everyone and telling everyone to have fun. Always great to see Uno Momento from Finland. All right, and we have Nick from Essex in the UK. Thanks for being online. Always great to see you. All right, we have the artist known as Love saying hello, everyone. Please hit the thumbs up like button. So that allows us to continue to offer the live streams. All right, so we have Ian Thompson from Teesside in the UK. All right. All right, we have Tim Brinkley from Florida, and he has a question. Any idea if the upcoming OS Sonoma for Mac OS will be problematic for Cubase 12 Pro? So I haven't heard of any warnings or anything, but a lot of times, it all depends on what happens when it's actually released. But I haven't heard of anything, and usually we would sometimes by this point, as new OS, we kind of get a warning that there could be issues, but I haven't heard of any issues with Sonoma. All right, so we have Creative Connections from Louisiana joining us. Okay. We see Captenergy Music, and just wishing me that I enjoy my well-deserved vacation, so looking forward to it. Okay, so we have a question. Hey, Greg, is there any way to export videos as a smaller size? So currently it's going to be a fixed size when we export the video, and I realize that, and I know that Steinberg also realizes that when you go to export the video that it could be a large file. So I know that that wish has been communicated to Steinberg and that they've kind of acknowledged it. So maybe in the future we'll see some remedy to make sure that the file size doesn't get prohibitively large. But currently it's just one particular setting. All right, so we see Value checking in from Vienna. So I'm going to be in Vienna for an hour and 40 minutes on my flight back from Hamburg next month. All right, and we see Stefan from Sweden. Great to see you on. All right, so we have a question from Luis. Any word on release of Cubase 13? It's from Luis from Massachusetts. So generally we don't announce stuff until it's released. I can tell you that, the development team and the planning team never stopped working. So, the day after a release is done, the planning and execution of, the next version is always being worked on. So, but when it's ready and finished, it'll be released, and we're sure everyone will like it. And when it's actually released, we'll do kind of a special live stream walkthrough of it. All right, so we have Swan J Music from New Jersey. It's in the house, thanks. So Michael Marshall is just saying, is there a Zoom tonight? So generally we do the Zoom meetings the last Friday of the month, the last live stream of the month. So we had it last Friday. So, and I believe the next one will be August 29th. So no Zoom meeting tonight. Okay, so we see a question. How do I move a guitar part from a track to another track without changing the sound? I'm using Cubase Artist on PC. So, generally if you have a particular sound, I'll import a quick guitar loop. So let me just come over here to Media, and we'll go to Loops, and I'll just search. Okay, so I'll just So if we have this particular guitar file, I'll just add like a blank audio track below it, and we'll match the configuration since this is a stereo track. So we have this particular stereo track. And currently I don't have any processing, so I don't have, when we go to our EQ view, we could, we don't, we come over here, there's no particular processing on it. So if I want to move this to another track, if you want to copy it, hold down Alt or Option, and then if you want it to be in the same exact space, while holding down Alt or Option, hit Control or Command and then release the mouse button, and now we could just copy in place those particular tracks. So if we wanted to solo this track, and if we go back to there will be no difference in sound between those two. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, so we have from Captain Energy Music, just wondering, not sure if this works or not, but if I import a video into Wavelab to edit the audio, is there a way to export the video with the updated audio? So I believe in Wavelab, I haven't used this in a project yet, but we can do a replace audio in video. So let me just get to project, and may have video track here. All right, so if we so let me just open up a particular video file here. Just looking for a particular folder. Here, I'll just do we'll create a new montage. All right, just Okay, so now that we have this, so let's say if we did, edits on it, that now we could, I think we go to export. I believe in Wavelab there's a way just to replace the audio in the video without having to render the particular video itself. But I'm just not finding it in Wavelab. I haven't done this yet, but I'm pretty sure that we could just take the file from Wavelab and export it with the particular. Let me just. So, but but it is, I believe it is possible to just export it as, I could take a look at it for the next live stream, so I could show you kind of a better workflow. But I'm pretty sure Wavelab will allow you to just export, just to replace the audio in the existing video file. Sorry about that. All right. So we see, can I import Akai PGM files into Cubase to use with Groove Agent SE? So I know you can import MPC programs, I believe, directly into Groove Agent. So I'm not sure if the PGM file is like the file format for the MPCs, but so if you come over here, we could import. And I think, so I'm not sure if the PGM files is like an MPC kit, but I'm pretty sure that you could, let me just cut the kit here. Maybe if we, I don't have any Akai. So let me know if the PGM, I'm almost certain that the MPC kits can be imported directly into here. But let me know if the PGM is the file format for the Akai MPC. That would be helpful. See, Best Green Jesus said, other people's porches sounds like a fun project. So I may have had a typo. It's porches. It was a friend of mine that was always inspired going out. When he would visit a friend, he would always go out on their porch and write songs, and found it there. Found inspiration that way. All right, let me just see if I could just take a quick look on the Akai thing. So it looks like it's going to import the MPC or GAK files. So you can import Akai MPC 500 and 1000 files. And you could just drag and drop, but maybe not the PGM files. Sorry about that. All right. Bear with me just a second. All right, so go back to questions. All right, so let's see if I'm maybe at the end of questions already. Seems like maybe it's slow. Let me just pop back to another view here real quick, make sure. All right, well, always wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. And he's saying, again, it's hot. All right. All right, so I know we had some questions that were sent in advance, so let me get to some of those. As we probably get some more people logged in here. All right, so we had a question. This is kind of a follow-up from last week. Says, hi, Greg. This is my first attempt at remote recording with someone in a different state. It was a test. Everything synced up perfectly. The only thing I wasn't able to hear was the reverb on my end. The performer could hear reverb in their headphones, no problem. I, in the studio, only heard their dry signal. Does this work for you? And this was with when utilizing VST Connect. So let's just go ahead and open this up. So we'll go to a project here, and I may still have. All right, so I'm going to just kind of get a VST Connect. I have to switch to a different computer on my end, and I'll get this started. So I'm going to go ahead and if you have VST Connect Pro and what you're able to do, just bear with me just a second. VST Connect Pro allows you to actually, work within the same network. So if you're on the same network, and this was another question that was kind of posed during this, is how we could test this, how I'm able to test this. So I'm going to just get logged in on my other computer. Sorry, I can't share two screens. All right, and switch computers. I'm using same monitor, keyboard, mouse. All right, so now when we go to our VST Connect, and we'll just say, okay, we're going to open up our VST Connect session. So I don't have a camera on my other computer. And the question was, like, when we have reverb here, that it's going to, can that be heard during the recording process? So this reverb that we have here in the VST Connect Performer isn't designed to kind of translate over because it could add, additional latency. So what this reverb is a way for the performer to monitor with reverb. So if you're singing and the singer's like, oh, give me a little bit of reverb for inspiration for my performance, at this point they could add reverb, or you could add reverb, and it's going to be monitored on their end, but that reverb isn't designed to actually be recorded or carried over or monitored in the signal for the recording end. You could always place a particular effect, during the input, on your side to do this, but this reverb is, think of it as a courtesy reverb for the particular performer so that they could have access to reverb and compression and EQ maybe, or different insert effects during their performance to help get the most out of the performance. So that's really the intention, is not for this to be carried over or to monitored in the recording side, but just on the performer side to give them a bit more inspiration with that. And we had another question. And it says, and we had this, how are you able to test this at home? Are both your computers on the same network? I tried that as a test and couldn't get it to work. Again, the VST Pro, if you right click here when you're connecting on a VST Performer, if it's on the same network, at that point you could, with VST Connect Pro, you can record on the same network. So if you have different connections in different rooms, at that point you could be able, so that's one of the things that the Pro version allows you to do. And another question that we had about this was if we had to kind of restart everything to have VST Connect Pro in different sessions, like how could we go to another project and have our VST Connect Pro? So we could think of when we're doing our VST Connect, this is a peer-to-peer connection. So if we go to a new project and we wanted to record on like a VST Connect Pro on a different session, we may come over here, we'll go to our we'll create our VST Connect Pro. And as we're over here, we realize that we have to log in again on this particular session because we need to break the peer-to-peer network connection from our last one. So I'm going to just log out. Bear with me just a second while I switch computers on my end. And then on the VST Connect Performer, we could just right-click on the checkbox. And then you'll see the IP address. And now that we're on, once it's connected there, we could again just come over here. We'll make sure that we have our inputs and outputs, and now we could just have all of our particular VST Connect in a new project. So you just need to, as soon as you go to a new project, just come over, and on the performer side, you could just make the connection in the new project and go to re-record. So, and then you could have kind of a new connection with that. All right, so let me go back to our live chat. And one other thing is, as of last week, VST Connect Pro and Performer, or VST Connect Pro, is now working under Steinberg licensing. Okay. So we see Patrick asks, hi Greg, where are my Media Bay ratings stored? Are they written into the metadata of the file? So they are. So if you're not familiar with kind of the rating system, you could come over and we could choose different, so if we wanted to, again, come over here, we could choose different ratings. So if we really like, particular files, and I'll show it just over here. But when you go to the media bay, you can see like, okay, I really like this file. We could give it different ratings. And if you actually move the audio file to different locations or to a network drive and then, go to the new location, at that point, those ratings will automatically carry over. So let's come over here and we'll just do a quick test. So we'll say, I'm going to just set my record folder to, let me just check where my particular project folder is. Okay, so we'll add an audio track and we'll call this ratings. Okay, so we'll record some audio. Okay, so now when we go to look at this particular file here, we'll go to our pool window and we'll see that we'll have our ratings 01, and let's check our folder. Okay, so all right, so let's come over. So now what I want to do is let's take this particular, we'll go to our media bay and I'll find that particular folder. So we'll come over here. And we'll just basically go through the path. So it's under projects. And then I think it's under Hangouts and then DL White. All right, and I'll just rescan this. All right, so we see ratings 01. So when I want to come over here, I'm going to give this 5 stars. Okay. So now that particular audio file that we just recorded was 5 stars, and I'm going to right click and let's put this into, we'll reveal in Finder. Okay, so I'm going to move this particular audio file to my desktop. So it's no longer in there. The ratings 01 is no longer in that folder. Now we go to our media bay and we will have it look in our desktop. All right, and I'll just do a quick rescan. So, and we see our ratings 01, and then we see that even though we moved it to a different location, that it still has the same 5-star rating. So it seems to me that it's getting stored within the particular file. All right, so we have William McAllen checking in from Belfast, Northern Ireland. Thanks for joining the live stream today. All right, so see from Patrick, what happens when I create a volume database inside of Media Bay? Where's the difference to not doing it? So usually the volume database is helpful if you want to take those particular, like your Media Bay, and let's say you had multiple machines, and we have this with composers that may have 10 different machines with other, not only their machines on networks or different assistant or other auxiliary composers, and they want to have all of the same ratings and the same metadata shared. That way they could copy over the volume database to the local machines, and everyone could have kind of the same metadata between different users on different machines. So that way the media bay ratings will all be consistent that way. All right, so we see, hey Greg or anybody, how can I hook up my regular typing keyboard for my iMac so I can use it to play some notes like QWERTY? Thank you. So all you have to do is hit Alt, or if you're on Mac, Option plus K. And then once you have, that will open up a virtual keyboard. So if we add an instrument track here, we could say, okay, let's play a little bit of a Hallian sonic sound. So as we come over here, so now just hitting the, your Q, your QWERTY, you can just play. I have to pick just the best sound ever for that example. All right, so let's say I'll just come over and play like a Rhodes kind of sound. Okay, so now if we want to just and that's, so all you have to do again is hit Alt or Option plus the letter K. And if you do that and realize that, oh, why don't my normal computer keys work? It's because once you have the on-screen keyboard active, those keys now just become active. And we're just kind of hearing the latency because we're in the middle of a VST Connect session. So, all right. So now if we go back to a different project, let me just close this out as well. So now if we wanted to just play this particular instrument, again, kind of Alt or Option plus K. And at this point, you could just use that as your virtual keyboard. So. All right. All right, so a question from Larry B. Hi, Greg. Can you quickly review Q mixes in a control panel, specifically with more Q mixes than physical outputs? Is there an easy way to switch a unassigned Q mix to a physical output? All right. Okay, so if generally like the Q mixes may be kind of set up for, most people would maybe have an additional Q mix, maybe one more than a number of inputs which are available. Let me just set up something here real quick, revert this. And I'm just going to switch something off my other computer. I just think it's giving a little buzz. Give me just a second. All right, so when using Q mixes, generally if you're doing it for headphones, what's going to happen, with headphones, you're going to, so we'll go to our studio, go to audio connections to our control room. And as we have our control room set up, we could have multiple Q mixes. So, and generally we could think of each of these Q mixes as going to separate outputs. So right now I have one that's kind of set up for VST Connect, but let's say I wanted to add a Q for vocals, and I want to add a Q for guitar and drums. So we'll just come in. So we have 4 Q mixes. All right, so as we have our particular cues set up here, ideally we would want each of these to be set to, distinct outputs. Because if we wanted to take this particular track, so let's say if we're in our mix console and we want to take this particular track, our drum track, and we open it up, we could send it to, our vocalist, to, the guitar, and we want the drummer to play along with the drum loop. And we could send this to varying amounts of, if the vocalist wants to hear less of the drum loop, the guitar, the drummer wants to hear a little more so they could lock in, but the guitarist doesn't like it. We could have varying amounts, but generally these are going to be distinct outputs. So you would take, again, if we go to our VST connections, we would want to have, often like 1 and 2 for monitors, 3 and 4 for Q mix, 5 and 6, 7 and 8 for a Q mix, maybe 9 and 10 if you have enough outputs. So that these are feeding often into different headphone amplifier systems, and that way different musicians can have their different Q mixes set up as they like. So when utilizing that's kind of how most people will set it up. If you want it to, if you don't have enough physical outputs, you may not get the benefit of multiple Q mixes with that. So sometimes people will use a Q mix for doing like a reference track, where we could have our reference track play through Q mix so that it's not going through like master bus processing. So, but for the most part, you wouldn't have more Q mixes than physical outputs. Because each Q mix, you could physically just go into your setups here and route it to the same, outputs. So if you want to go to your vocals and route this, you could just simply switch which inputs and outputs that it's going to, but, you may not get much benefit if you don't have enough physical outputs for it. So maybe if you could share kind of like your workflow of what you're working on, Larry, that would be helpful. All right. All right, so we see for a device like the UR44C, can I directly address a Q mix to the headphones output? The headphones seem to only be a master mix mirror. So if you go to the if you go into the control panel, and I think mine isn't functioning because I have multiple devices. Okay, so if you have, I think I only have one headphone out here. But like when you could set the 2 headphone outputs here within the mixer to have different, so that headphone 1 can have different can be fed out of output 1 and 2, and headphone 2 could be fed through outputs 3 and 4. So if your device in the UR44C has multiple headphone outputs within this mixer applet, you can have, instead of them mimicking the same exact thing, they can just simply mirror. So that one headphone can be can mirror outputs 1 and 2. The second headphone can mirror outputs 3 and 4. So that's how you can get it going with that. Okay. All right, reading through comments here. All right, great to see Patrick Emmanuel A on. All right, John Costigan says, hi, Greg. I'm attempting to compile the timestamps from all the Cubase 12 Hangouts. Call me crazy. Are all the Hangouts available on YouTube? I've seen 54 as a set, but I'd like it complete. So all of them are available on YouTube in the live streams. And I could actually, I have a kind of a master Word document that has all of, from when we started, like when COVID started, I have a Word document with all the timestamps that I maintain. So if you want that, I could give it to you from when Cubase 12 was released and copy all that data over for you, John, or I could share the particular document with you if you wanted to have access to everything, or if anyone wants access to any of the time, any of like a Word document of the timestamps, I'm totally happy and willing to share that with everyone. So, don't worry about compiling it. I've already done all the work, and I kind of put it into a master Word document, and then that's why I use kind of paste, and I use the Word document for kind of archiving stuff. So don't knock yourself out creating all that. I'm more than willing to do all that work for you since it's done. All right. All right, so we see John Doe has joined us, and he just bought Cubase, so congratulations and welcome to the live streams. And we're here to answer all of your beginner through advanced questions. All right, so we see from Kevin Mehmed, when can Kevin Mehmed be on a Cubase 13 demo track, Greg? So, if you send me a link, so I still haven't received a link from you, Kevin, on with a link to your project. So if you want that, send me a link to the project, and I'd be happy to pass it along to the people at Steinberg. All right, so we see from a question from Uno Memento. I have a Hallian Symphonic Orchestra. Why some of the sounds are so quiet? All right, so when you have Hallian Symphonic Orchestra, let's come over. I'll just add an instrument from that. So we'll come over. So a lot of the orchestral sounds, you'll see this in a lot of orchestral. You might have to actually, so we'll come over here. So let's say, okay, I want to go to cello, and I start playing, and it seems like really quiet. And you're like, okay, why is it so quiet? You may just have to, and I'll just check my output routing, but you may have to just simply move the modulation wheel up. So I'll just do a quick, just make sure I have. I'm just going to check my audio routing here real quick.
Na, 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 na.
Sorry, I just have some hum in my audio interface. It's my left channel. Let me see if I can. All right. So if you have the Halion Symphonic Orchestra, so try moving the modulation wheel up. So as we look at the instruments, I'll just load up a different instrument. So while some of it sounds quiet, what you may need to do is just to actually move let me just see if I could get rid of this hum. Sorry. So just move the modulation wheel on your controller up, and that's what he uses for dynamics. They're like, this seems really weak. Just simply at that point, sorry, not sure why. So just move up the mod wheel on the keyboard, and that will increase your volume there. All right, sorry, I'm just gonna try to mute it when I'm just talking. All right, so we see we see John Costigan give the same advice. So we see Taxi Williams Music says, hi Greg, my presets for the FX modulator are missing. I've tried reinstalling Cubase, but none of the factory presets are showing. I'm running Windows 10. So make sure that, let's go ahead and just take a look. So see if you go to Media Bay. So let's say if we go to Media Bay here, and we'll see if it's maybe just not being filtered. So let's say we go to Media Bay, and you can do that by hitting F5, and we'll go to our factory content. We'll go to VST3 presets under Steinberg, and let's come over to FX modulator, and we will look for all content. So here's all of the presets. So make sure, like, open, do this path, and you can see if the presets are there. And when you do this, one of the things you could do is just click on Reset Filter. Sometimes what happens when we do the plugins, so I will just come over here, let's say on this track, and we'll open up an effects modulator. So we'll just come right over here. So we'll go, or let me just make sure it's the right one. Okay, so we'll go to our FX modulator, and we'll set this up. So we could see kind of our presets. Make sure you don't have like a character typed in like at the top here. So, you know, one of the things you could do is always just to kind of reset the filters and make sure that the plugin that you don't have, if you have text here and nothing matches that particular text, when you go to open up the preset name, you may not notice anything. So try just to make sure that your filters here are cleared, and you could just also do that by resetting the filters and see if they come back. So give that a shot and let me know if that's helpful. All right, great to see Spike Williams checking in from Rhonda, Wales. All right, so we see Uno Memento just replying to John Costigan, says that the mod wheel does help, but why are the sounds basically at different volume levels? So, you know, when you're doing stuff within like a lot of orchestral instruments, their dynamics aren't going to be responding to velocity, because if you have a string sound, so let's say I come here and I wanted to, within the note, add more players and more dynamics without having to trigger a different note. So this way I could take a chord and just have it automatically control all of the volumes dynamics. So that's why we often use different controllers, and you could set different controllers which would actually control right here. But that's kind of the intention, is a lot of string and wind sounds. You go and change dynamics, not necessarily like only at the start of the note, but like you want to do a crescendo of the note, and that's why it's kind of not driven by velocity, but rather the modulation wheel or expression. That's pretty typical in a lot of orchestral libraries. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer, Sr. from Beulahville, North Carolina. Glad you can make it today. All right, so we see Patrick asks, says, my external SSD broke a week ago and I lost all of my samples. After reinstalling the sample packs, some samples had their previous ratings recognized by MediaBay, but those specific ratings won't get recognized by my second computer. Anything I could do about that? So I think if you copy over the mediabay.db, which is the database file, over, that will include all of your ratings. So, and just look in your preferences, or within your application data folder for your media.db file. All right, wonderful to see Jackshot Records from British Columbia. Says he hasn't attended a stream in a few months. What did I miss? So you missed our whole British Columbia tour. We went all the way up near Alaska. And if people that came out all got $1,000 of cash. Just kidding. Anyway, so it's wonderful to see you back, and glad you could be on the live stream today. So we see Greg on Project Logical Editor. Is there a way to make selected parts or tracks as shared copies? I don't know if there's, a way to do it. Let's just take a look. If I have this selected, because I don't think that there's a particular keyboard shortcut for shared copies. But let's, if I wanted to, I think it would be basically just triggering, if you hit Control Command plus K. So say if I come here, so you may have to, let's see if I have that enabled. So it's not going to do it. I'll just take a look. I don't think it's going to function to do shared copies, but you could select it and then have it open up the particular key command, but I don't know if it would benefit being inside of a Project Logical Editor. But let's give it a shot here. Take a look. All right. So see if there's just a keyboard shortcut for shared copy. No. Yeah, so I think that, I don't know of a way of doing it from the Project Logical Editor other than, just calling up, I want to take, I think it's probably going to be faster just to hold down Shift and drag your events across. To do like a shared copy. So let's come here. So I think that's going to be the fastest way. But if there's something in particular that you want to do, in the project logical editor, let me know. That involves shared copies, but I don't know. I don't know a way that the project logical editor will kind of instantiate shared copies because it's kind of a modifier key as you duplicate events, or you have to put a checkbox in it, so it probably doesn't save any space. All right. All right. See, Michael Teams is dutifully distributing ice cream. All right, so we see, Greg, can you please advise how to best have large libraries available without installing them on a device's hard drive, i.e. using external drive? Thanks. Um, all right, so let's say if we, it could really depend upon the like the playback application, but if you're doing it for Steinberg products, we have a utility that's installed with Cubase called the Steinberg Library Manager. And then once we have our library manager set up, we can come over and you'll see, the first thing you see is, okay, if I want to go to all of my Hallian, at this point we could just choose to move, and then we could move all the built-in instruments to a different library. And you could have by default, as you go to the settings window here, the path for your library. So as you install new sound sets, new instruments that are, for Hallian, for Cubase, the Grand, Pad Shop, Retrolog, Backbone, all these different instruments, all their samples and content, that it will automatically go to this particular folder. So, use the library manager, and other companies, generally will have a similar concept for all of those particular, for their content management. So it's pretty typical. It's not like a global thing, but most of them will have a utility to allow you to move all the content to like an external drive easily. Okay, so we see from Patrick Manuel A. Greg, is there a way to grab global copies? I want to grab globally. So let's say if we have a project, and we'll just do something. Like this. All right, let me just. All right. So let's say if I wanted to, just do a global copy. So, if we wanted to just hold down like Control or Command plus Shift, in that way I could select everything via range. And now if we wanted to, just duplicate that particular range, so we could think of that as like a global copy, or if you wanted to just move all of the events, you could move, all of your content kind of just like so. So you can say, okay, I want to take all of the content here and I want to move it there. You could kind of freely move different parts. So, using the range tool. And if you have this between like left and right locators, so if we hit like P, and then I grab and let's say I have like a marker track. So let's say if I have like I could select, let's say I have a global cycle marker. I could double click with the range tool between different markers. So let me just come over here. I'll just add a new marker track. Okay, so let's say I have this, and then I hit the letter P to set my cycle markers. So now if this is like my active marker track, I could just double click between like a cycle marker and then move it around freely. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do, Patrick. All right, and then when you do the range tool, that will include like all your tempo information as well. All right, so we have DL White. Great to see you on from Texas. He says he doesn't feel tardy, so the only tardy punishment that you have is just simply hitting the like button immediately. So. Okay, Gareth, wonderful to see Gareth on, and he wants everyone to smash the like button. He says everyone needs to do it. All right. All right, so we see from Patrick, one of my MIDI keyboards doesn't get detected consistently. I have to reopen Cubase and hope it works. Anything I could do? The keyboard is fully bus powered and therefore never turn it off. Okay, so when you say bus power, I assume it's going to be from the USB bus. You know, a lot of times, and you know, I've seen people run into different situations with like this where, you know, you could have your USB ports where, you know, they could be in kind of not having full power, and you might have to go into, you know, parts of, especially on Windows operating system, different parts, you know, in your Windows OS to make sure that you're not suspending power on the USB bus. So if you have multiple things connected, it could be that it's, you know, your USB bus is going into like a power saving mode. And the thing that could require more power rather than like a mouse or a keyboard or a little USB receiver for a wireless mouse keyboard, you know, might be tipping it over the edge power wise. So one is to make sure you go into your, if you're on Windows, go into your Windows ports for your USB ports and make sure that you're not doing anything, and there's, you know, you could Google this pretty easily, that you're not doing any power saving modes on your USB ports. The other thing you could do is to make sure that it's going into a powered USB hub, and some hubs will have more power than others. So one person I saw on Facebook that was having all sorts of problems with Cubase and always kind of complaining. You know, he got a new USB hub and all his problems went away because it wasn't fighting for his audio interface. His USB devices, his USB controllers weren't all fighting for a limited amount of power. So generally stuff like that sounds like it could be a USB power issue. So that would be where I would look first. All right, so we have Christian checking in from France. Thanks for joining us and being on the live stream. See, Gareth has been fiddling with pole piece heights, so I hope it's on your guitar and, you know, not for dancing. So. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so I'm back. All right, so we have Charles K on. It's great to see you on. Glad you can make it today. see DL White from Texas says it's replying to Michael Teams that it's melting, chickens are dying, and that's why he records more in the summer. All right, and we have Soren from Sweden. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see Ace Amadeus says, "Hi Greg, hope you're doing well. I'm drawing some string chords with the pencil tool. How can I get them to snap to my left locator point? Is there a shortcut key command for that?" All right, so let's come over here. Let's grab a chord track. Okay, so let's say I have my left locator here, and I will, so let's say I want to move this particular chord to where my left locator is. So let's see if we select this and go to edit, and then I think we go to move event starts to cursor, Command L, that you could just do that. So wherever your playhead is, so let's say you're in the middle, and let's say we're just kind of in the middle of the beat. I'll clear my throat. So we're in the middle, not snap to the grid. Let me just zoom out so we can see this a little better. So now that chord is selected, I could just say, again, go to edit and move to cursor. And I think Command L is the default keyboard shortcut for that, or Control L. And then you could move that selected chord directly to the cursor. So I'll turn snap off here and Command or Control L. And that will move it directly to the cursor right there. So let me know if that helps, Ace, and it's great to see you on from the live stream. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so you just see Roby Becky just says, any thoughts? But let me see. Not sure if I saw a first part of the question. So maybe Roby or Robbie, if you could ask again if I missed part of your question. Sorry if I missed it, but I don't, kind of going back a little bit, I don't see it within the last half hour, 40 minutes. So maybe if you want to ask your question again, and we can see if we could help you. I could probably share my thoughts then. And sometimes if you ask like a question that's beyond 200 characters, you might have to break it up into multiple. You might have to break it up into multiple questions. Okay, I think I see your question coming up. All right. Okay, so we see from Christian asks, hi Greg, why we get no sound in phones when in sample editor, Cubase 12 using control room, a bug, strange concept, why sample editor output can be routed to control room by default? Okay, so generally, it could be contingent on some preferences. So let's say if I'm in the sample editor and I'm auditioning, all right, so I will come over here. So that will be going through, I'll just do it on a project where you could hear it probably a little better. All right, so say we're in sample editor for our guitar part here. And we're get the correct tool that will help. All right, so as we're doing this, all right, so now it could depend upon a couple of things. One is your audio interface. So if you have in the control room a separate monitor set up, so let's say if we go to your control room, we go to studio to our control room setup, you could have, one of the things you could have is a phones bus. All right, so we could have a phones bus. So now as I go to click here, I could hear this instrument going through the control room. So pretty much as expected. Now, if I go to and we see the VU meters or the LED meters on our control room. But if we go to our preferences to control room, there is a use phones as the preview channel. So sometimes people may be in the control room and they may be doing editing and they don't want the artist to hear all the edits. And if we have kind of the phones mix here and we listen to it, so now all of the mixing is going through the headphones. The preview is going through the headphone bus as opposed to the control room bus. When I play it, all the tracks are going through, but now the preview can be going through the headphone bus. And this is often also used if you're doing more binaural monitoring for an Atmos mix. So make sure that if you have the phones channel that's configured, that and you have that being routed to separate distinct outputs, make sure that you have the use phones channel as preview channel. Make sure that that is turned off, and that will kind of switch so that you could have outputs, different outputs, like outputs 2L, 2R going to your phones, and that could, when you go to preview in the sample editor, send it to the phones channel. If again that preference under VST to control room, if the use phones channel as preview is turned off. Now, a lot of audio interfaces will mimic the outputs 1 and 2 out of the headphone outs, and that could override, so it could depend on how you have your phone set up, and depending upon your particular your particular configuration, how you have it for the control room routing as well. But check that particular preference. All right. Okay, so we see from Roby or Robbie, says, I'm trying to achieve a sound level comfortable to my ears, not too loud, not too quiet for mixing. Mastering is a whole different story, though. So, it's, a lot of people, I know a lot of people like in post-production like to mix at 85 dB. To me, that's really loud. I tend to mix softer. And I, one of my, a dear friend of mine, Elliot Shiner, who's, if you Google him, he's, probably the most amazing audio engineer, the best mixer bar none. He did all the classic Steely Dan mixes, and when Fleetwood Mac or the Eagles get back together, he's the guy that's working on the project. He's the creme de la creme of audio engineers, and he mixes incredibly soft, like almost at a whisper level. So it's very, very soft when he mixes, and it's a really interesting approach. Because he has to really actively listen. Like if people are whispering behind him while he's mixing, that would be bothersome at the levels he mixes at. So, like, let's say this is like the average mix volume. When Elliot's doing it, he may be like here, or something softer. And and this causes your ear to really concentrate. It also, really helps ear fatigue, but, if your mix sounds really good, super soft, and you could hear the snare, you could hear the vocal, the bass isn't so much. You know, if things are balanced at this level, you know, it will kind of work out a lot. So, you know, everyone has different preferences for monitoring levels. I haven't measured mine with the dB, but I tend just to be soft so I could do it for a long time and not worry about it. You know, there's nothing worse than kind of ear fatigue where you're constantly turning up and down. So I would always err on the side of, you know, making sure that, you know, when you're mixing softer, your room could be a lot less critical. So there's a lot of wisdom in kind of mixing softer than you think you should, you know, and stuff will, you know, if it sounds great soft, it'll sound, you know, great loud too. So try that, but there's no magic answer. So to me, 85 dB of monitoring level is like really, you know, so loud. But you can kind of set, and one of the great things with the control room is setting kind of your reference level. So let's say, you know, this is as loud as I want to get. And Phil Ramone was really good at this, is he would, you know, say, okay, this is the loudest we're going to get. And he would put a piece of tape on the control room knob. And to do this in Cubase, we would say, okay, let's set our, hold down your Alt or Option key, and or Control or Command, and you could set your monitoring level. So you would never go louder than this level, because once you start changing your monitoring level during a tracking or mixing process, you tend to be lying to yourself. So whatever they would do, they would say, okay, this is our comfortable monitoring level from the very beginning of the project, and they would mark it. And we could do this in the same way in software using using our reference level, so that we know that as our ears get tired, we're going to want to turn it up to get our high-end frequencies back, but set that particular reference level and stick to it, and you'll have much more consistency throughout your project. Never go above that particular setting, and that will probably help you out a lot. All right, always wonderful to see Robbie Bowling from Dallas on the live stream. Glad you could join us today. All right, so a question from Patrick. What's the difference between the MediaBay.db database and the information that gets written into the file metadata? And it says, what will I be missing if I access my files on a second computer without having access to the database file? So, you know, I think that, you know, some particular metadata, you know, and I could test this over when I get back from vacation, but, you know, some metadata, there's space for it, and there's provisions for metadata within particular audio files. But if you're doing, you know, MIDI files and you're putting your own user tags, you're doing other types of, you know, like let's say your projects and you wanted to put metadata within project files or MIDI loops, that there's not always going to be, for the particular file types, you know, ways of storing additional metadata. And I think that's when you'd use the MediaBay database to carry that over as well, which would kind of, you know, be all encompassing. So. So we see from Lucky Strike, hi, I was wondering if you could save and open chains of plugins without replacing all the plugins on a channel. So I haven't really found a way of doing this. So, you know, if we have like an insert chain here, so let's just add an audio track. Okay, so now when I go to, so say I have a insert chain. So just come over here to presets, track presets, audio. So we drag this over. So, you know, if we wanted to, so generally when we drag over, like a new, so if it's a track preset, that I'll just add one more audio track, and we'll do a different preset chain here. All right, so we have this chain. So what we could do is move inserts kind of one at a time, and I know it's probably not the answer that anyone wants to hear. Say, okay, I want this here and that there, but there isn't a way to take multiple tracks over. And I'll try it again just to. So I think we have to. Sorry, let me just. Yeah, so I don't, if we come over here and just kind of grab, that would, replace those. So I'll pass it along as kind of a feature request, but currently I think it's just to have one, to replace all of them or move them one at a time. So. All right, so we have from Filter Freak. Hi, Greg. Could you show me how to stop this enlarge selected track from showing the message while using a key command? Okay. All right, so let's take a look at our key commands here. So let's say we have all of our tracks, and I'll just make these all kind of small for now. All right, so let's say, and if we have the option for enlarge selected track here, so now if I select a track, this is going to be large. So let's say I turn that function off. All right, so there's two ways of doing this. One is to do it as a preference. So when you go to editing, you could just come over here. I think it's going to be maybe like, I think that there's an enlarge selected track as a preference. We don't want to use that, but what we want to use, and I'm going to set this up from my MIDI remote. So I'll just come over here. Let's go to. Okay, so I'm going to take this particular function. I think I may have this already set up. So we have enlarge selected track, and that this is the edit key commands. So if we come over here, we could say key commands, edit, and then we would see enlarge selected track, enlarge selected track. Now there's also, if we just did a search, so let's say we'll do all right, so we see that we can have the edit and the preference. All right, so I think on one key I may have the edit key command, and if I come here, this is our preference. Okay, so now when I switch the preference, we see that this is activated or deactivated. So that's the preference, and we get this little message indicating what the state of the preference is. But now if I turn on the key command, I don't get that message. So, and if I'm here, we can see that if we go to edit to enlarge selected track, that we don't get a warning message. It's only when we do the particular preference that we, so the preference, when we activate that, that's when we get the message. Now, if you set up a key command for that, make sure that when you go to key commands, it could be that the older key command is still configured. So let's say if we just look for whatever key command that you typed in here. So let's say you want to go to, type the key command in, or you could just say enlarge selected and search, and make sure that you don't have a key command assigned here. So what I've seen happen sometimes is people will assign a key command for the preference, and then they assign a key command under the edit area. And so maybe the same key command is assigned to both functions. So make sure that when you go to the enlarge selected track preference that you don't have the key command there. And if you do, just simply select it. And at this point, just when you see keys, just delete it there. But again, if the preference is set, I get it enlarged and I get kind of the state of the preference so that you're aware of it. But when it's just the edit command, I don't get that. But make sure that you don't have the same key command for multiple functions. And you could, if you know what the key command that you assigned to it is, just come over here to key commands, and then you could just type in the key command here, and it will show you if it's being used for multiple functions. So let me know if that works for you, Filter Freak. All right, so we see from Dejan or Dehan, how to half tempo a MIDI and the locator change with the MIDI time. Okay, so let's come over to new project. All right, or I may have one that's kind of might work for this. Let's see if it's still in my recent projects list here. All right, I'm just do a quick search for it. Media Bay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so let's say we're listening to I'll add a marker track. All right, so I'll just drop some markers. Say every 4 bars or so. All right, so let's say we have our markers set here. Now, we could have markers kind of function in 2 different ways, and you might have to go to the marker track and right-click and choose to go to track control settings. Let me just clear my throat. Sorry about that. All right, and you'll see toggle time base. So let's go ahead, and again, we could just right-click on the track, the marker track, go to track control settings. Make sure that you have toggle time base. It may be in hidden controls. So once you have this set to musical mode, let's say we look at our tempo, and at this point we will open up our tempo track, and we'll see that we are roughly at 100 beats a minute. All right, so let's say now that these are in musical mode, I'm going to take my tempo value here and say, okay, let's make this 50 beats a minute. So now that these are in musical mode, the markers will stay at the same exact spot. So measure 9. But if they were set to linear mode, when I change the tempo, they're going to stay at the same place. And let's come over here and I'll just add a ruler track, and we'll add one ruler track, and I want this to be seconds. So you can see right now that we'll jump back to 100 beats a minute. All right, and we can see that this marker is going to be roughly almost at 20 seconds. If we look at it, we could say, this marker is going to be at 19.2 seconds. So if this marker track is in, and again, we'll just come over and go to our marker track. If it's in linear mode and I half the tempo, those will move the bar position but stay at the exact same time position. So now when we look at bars and beats here, the markers are not on measure 9, 13, 15, 17. They're at the same exact time position. But just make sure that your markers, right click, go to track control settings, and go to toggle time base and make sure that your markers are set to musical mode. And then when you say, okay, as we do this, right now our tempo is at 100 beats a minute. We're measured 9, 13, 17, 21. So now that we are in musical mode for the markers, I have the tempo, and then they're still maintaining the same position. So give that a try. Let me know if that makes sense for you. All right, so we see from John Costigan. So you see, thanks, Greg. I greatly appreciate it. How should I proceed? The Hangout timestamps must be a large file for email. So it's just text. So while it's like 500 pages, it's just text. There's no pictures, nothing fancy. So it's a very small file that could be emailed. I'm not even sure if it's, it might be like 2 megabytes big or something. So it's very small. So John, if you want to just email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, then I'd be happy to send it to you tonight before I leave on vacation. So, all right. So we have X13 Roger just checking in from Nottingham in the UK. Thanks for being on today. All right, so we see from Larry B. Just says, thanks for the headphone answer. It actually addresses my QMix workflow challenge. Used a UR44C control panel to map outputs 3 and 4 to the second headphones. Thanks. All right. All right, so we see from Bo Mars says, when will VCA be usable in Cubase? It's so weird that when you have to save a session with VCAs on it, you must not press save when the cursor is at a low level. Then the session will open with the faders messed. All right, so let's give it a try. I haven't run into that. I've seen some discussions on it, but let's go ahead, give it a quick shot here. Okay, so let's say all right, so let's see. I think I may have some automation going on these drums. So let me just... All right, so we can see all these drums will have automation going on. So I'm going to select all the drums and let's send it to VCA. Okay. Okay, and I'll just move that VCA up. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and automate the VCA. All right. All right, so you can see that the tracks will be going kind of in contrary motion here. All right, so we have... All right, so I'm going to leave it there at the VCA, and let me save the project. Okay, so I'll close this project, and let's open up the project from our desktop. All right, so we saved it where the VCA was at a low point. So that looks like it's the same behavior to me, but if you have, if you want to send me more information, you could email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, or if you have a project that you want to share with me, I'd be happy to pass it along. But let me know if I did something differently than you did, but I saved it with the cursor at a low level. But it seems like everything is all right. See, Gareth liked our story about British Columbia. All right. All right, just reading through comments. See, DL White says he's regularly taking blocks of ice out to his chickens. Is there a way to do this in a logical editor? Maybe version 13. So we'll have to wait and see if it gets implemented. But you know, with global warming or climate change and the heat waves many people have experienced, you know, yeah, has a fighting chance. So we see Spike Williams just says, library manager, so easy when you know how. Thanks, Greg. So yeah, we'll give you that feature free just for showing up for the live stream today. All right, great to see Matt Elston on from London. And again, you don't have to apologize for being late. So, but you do have to hit the like button immediately. So. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped on me. All right, so I think I'm back to where it was. All right. All right, so you see Michael Teams has granted my family and myself 1 gallon of banana pudding ice cream. So that sounds great. I just had our last banana today for breakfast. So. All right, so we see from Taxi Williams Music. Hi, Greg. I tried looking into Media Bay, and I followed the path that you showed me. The FX modulator folder is actually missing. Tried reinstalling, but it's not working. So if you want to, if you want to email me tonight, and again, you could reach me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. I'd be happy to kind of send you the folder with all the presets. I could email that to you. So again, just email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and you could paste it into that location, and that should hopefully just kind of resolve the issue for you. Okay, so we see from Tommy C. Thanks again for option K. Can you please just explain global copy and what it is again? Sorry for the repeat. I know you talked about it last week, so no problems at all. Repeating questions anytime. So let's say, we have like this particular drum track, and we had tempo. Let's see if I'll just add a tempo track here. So let's say we may have a tempo track. All right, so here we go. All right, so now I have tempo changes. All right, so what a global copy allows you to do is a lot of times people may just say, okay, I want to copy these elements, and then come over here and paste. And you get that, but if we had tempo changes, like the tempo changes may not be copied over. So if we have our events here, I'm going to put it into like between our left and right locators. So now I'm going to choose, we'll go to range, and we'll say, let's do global copy. And let's go to maybe the end of this particular project here. And now what I want to do is to, at that point, we'll just say we're going to paste. And now it's going to not only copy over all of the events, but, underlying information like tempo and signature tracks as well. So it's like if you have, like your tempo track is hidden or is out of view, that way you could select between the left and right locators, and everything can be globally copied and then pasted to a different location. Okay, so I think I see Christian's question again, so make sure I didn't miss it. So I think we covered that before with the phones in the sample editor. So, and again, it could be just, if you could indicate what audio interface that you're using, and if that is set up to mimic the headphones, that would be helpful. All right, and we see just kind of further clarification for Christian. Just says yes, but one of the two options can have the phone's outputting project and preview. So if you have the headphone, think about Christian. If we go to your studio to audio connections and you have your control room set up, if you probably want depending on your audio interface, because your audio interface may send the headphone out to different connection ports, but you could try to not have a phone. If you have a phones channel in your control room, try to remove that, because then the control room won't split it separately. So but if you could let us know what your audio interface is, that would be great. And if you have to do routing, or if the headphone output on your audio interface by default mimics outputs 1 and 2. Okay, so we see from Patrick, says have a problem with some subfolders in the media bay have different categories been shown in the results list. Can't have a consistent layout for all folders. So it could be in media bay, and if you want to send me a picture, like a screenshot, that would be helpful for me. But realize that there could be different categories for different functions. So like when we go to we'll just show everything here. So let's say I want to go to my factory content, and say like when we go to MIDI loops, we may see different content than you would for like an audio file. Just kind of the nature of different so audio files may have different metadata in different categories than MIDI information, than video files. So it may be inconsistent depending upon the nature of the media itself, but if you want to send me a screenshot, I'd be happy to look at it. You see that Gareth's daughter Lola will give us a lesson on K-pop in the next live stream. So, all right. So we see DL White just says he learned soft mixing from Mixer Man book. Zen in the art of recording. It really works. So. DL White also adds, if something is lost or low level or prominent at a low level, that tells you a lot. So, all right, wonderful to see Dave Glick on, my fellow Northern Virginians. All right, hope you're doing well, Dave. All right, so we see from Taxi Williams Music, I think this is about the missing presets. says, hi Greg, update. I found the issue. The FCP files were not installed after downloading. I double clicked on them and they were to install at the proper location. Now I can see his presets. All right, it's wonderful. Thanks for letting us know. All right, so we see DL White just says, use a reference track to set a reference level, yes or no. It could depend on how you feel about the reference track, because many, if you have a reference track that's coming from cassette versus vinyl versus the original CD, let's say if it was an older song, that was maybe CD mastered originally, or whether it's a remaster. So sometimes if you're using, a reference level, there could be 6 or 7 different reference levels for the same song depending upon the source. So it's a good barometer if that's kind of, like if you're like, okay, this is the song, and realize that, the CD may have a different reference level than if you are playing it from Spotify or, Apple Music or Amazon. So the reference levels, so it's a good barometer, but, I wouldn't bet my life on it, but it's as good barometer as anything. So. All right, so we see Neil Conway that his grown kids immersed him in the Pokemon world. So I've been lucky to avoid most of that. So my son is a music snob. He may have picked it up from me. All right, so you see Gareth gets non-stop intensive updates on what's going on in the world of K-pop every weekend. All right, so we see from Roby says, "Thank you, Greg. That was exactly the advice I never got. Your knowledge is awesome and very helpful." So it's always interesting. I've been fortunate to have been in enough rooms watching people work and just seeing their little tips and tricks. And remember first time I had dinner with Elliot Shiner, or in a restaurant in Connecticut. I just asked him how he approached reverb, and he was just like, "Yeah, just don't use any." And it was like, what? Just fascinating conversations you could have with people, getting their perspectives on things. But yeah, low level mixing is really good. All right, so you see Patrick says, if he cuts up a MIDI part and then renders it in place using as separate events or as block events. All right, so I see John Costigan just got your email. Thanks, I'll get it to you out. So if I cut up a MIDI part and then render it in place using as separate events or as block events, I still only get one file. All right, so let's take a look. All right, so let's come over here. I'll just render these 2 different events. Here, I'll just change the color on these so we could differentiate. Okay, so let's say I want to render in place these events. Okay, so one is I'm going to select the particular events. So make sure that you're not doing like the whole track. So let's, all right, so I'll just erase this. So let's say if I do the track, and let's go to render in place. And we choose, I'll abort that, sorry. So I'll go to render in place and we'll go to our render settings. So we're going to choose as separate events here. All right. All right, let me adjust my settings one more time. Sorry about that. All right, so let's get to our render settings and I will choose to, I'll just mute the source tracks. Okay, so now we'll say render. All right, so now when I come here, each of these is a separate event, just like that. And if I wanted to select the particular events, and let's do a render in place, because it could be slightly different functionalities. I'm going to choose as separate events here. That again, they are all rendered as separate. So let me know if I'm doing something differently than you. Yeah, but it seems like that's functioning as expected here. Neil Conway says he's developed selective hearing when he allows maybe his daughter or allows her to control XM satellite radio. So. All right, so we see from Patrick, I like to bounce individual chords to separate audio clips so I can have control over reverb tails. I cut the MIDI and render them individually with tail mode turned on. Would it be possible to bounce multiple chords at once while still keeping the tail free of other chords? So if you want it to be, let me just go ahead and set up condition here. So if you wanted to be the reverb tails to be independent, you may want to take each chord to its own track. Let's see if we could get that sorted, get that figured out for us here. All right, so let me just pop over to my chord track here, and then let's say on this Rhodes patch, I'm going to all right, so say we have now just see if this is. All right. Just. All right, let me just see if I go to my. I'll just start brand new here. Hang on. Okay, so let me just... Okay, so let me just... Now we'll come here and do chords to MIDI. Okay, so I'm going to now come over here and we'll just split these up. All right. So let's say we want to put a reverb on this. All right, so we have obnoxious big reverb. All right, so let's say if you want to do this on the same tracks, I think you may have like the reverb decaying over. So let's get to our render in place. And let's say we'll do two beats. All right, and let's do it as separate events. So that is, the reverb is cascading over, but, and you may also, let's just, we'll duplicate tracks here. Okay, so we'll see if this is going to sound different. All right, just make all these parts smaller so I can deal with it. Okay, so now when we play this back, and I'll make the reverb kind of more obnoxiously large. All right, so now let's say if I render in place tracks with tail mode. So add, let's say, one measure of tail, and we'll do complete signal path here. So now we can so that could be a way of approaching it where it's more obvious and where you could have all the different parts kind of rendered out and see it and make sure that it's going to be ringing. I'm pretty sure that it is still kind of ringing through if we approach it the same way. So let's come over here and I'll just do this particular track and with the same reverb, and we'll compare. So we'll do our complete signal path for one measure, mute our source tracks. And if I don't have that armed, that would help. So basically same settings here. So it may not be as obvious visually, but let's go ahead and listen to it. And we'll solo this track. And now if we solo the independently rendered tracks, let's see if it sounds different. So I think it's the same, but you know, that could be an approach to see if it is the same, where you could A/B it and maybe try with different chord progressions that are maybe not as complementary to each other. But let me know if that helps with that, Patrick. Gareth is excited for our K-pop hangout special. All right, so we see from Filter Freak about the enlarged selected tracks, as he gets it now, much appreciated. So see, Gareth says he's sure that my son Ryan will be listening to Booker T and MGs followed by Herbie Hancock these days. So he liked the Peter Frampton concert, so he liked that, but he's kind of a Beatles snob. He likes to listen to the Beatles for about a half hour before going to sleep, so could have been my influence. I have a great kind of viral video that I haven't shared yet because it's probably insulting some of my friends' productions where, you know, we were kind of listening to the radio and having him comment on songs. It's pretty priceless. All right, wonderful to see Carlo from Lagos, Nigeria. So thanks for joining us today. All right. All right, you see Gareth is taking off to go sort out food. So thanks for joining us today. All right, and my all right, so we see From David Henson, hi Greg, how can I record my guitar direct in musical mode? So as soon as an audio file, let's say if we come over here, I'll add an audio track, and I'm gonna place its. So let's say we place this into musical mode. So we'll say we're gonna start with musical mode enabled on the track. So now that we have recorded, I'll just come here and re-record with musical mode. So you can record and then enable musical mode right after, and that will just include the timestamp. And let's see if we have a track set to time linear. I think it'll work the same way. But all of the audio files that are recorded will be tempo stamped. So we'll call this time linear. And let's say I change my tempo from 120 to 140. So now, and let's say I'll record on this track, punch in. All right, so you can still, as you record in, so it's not really like, directly into musical mode here. So if it's with musical mode and then, so it can be enabled right after. So I guess the concept is that it's probably at the tempo that you're recording, and then it'll maintain that. So, but if you wanted it to be in musical mode, you could do that. And if we go to our pool window, we could go, so say we go to media and we go to our pool window, we can see that we'll have our different tempo stamps. So we have 120 were recorded in musical mode, and some I had recorded at 140 when I changed. So you can see that each of the tempo stamps are available. So you could just place it into musical mode. Now, another thing that you could do when you say, one other thing I think maybe an outside chance, David, is if you record your guitar in direct monitoring mode. So if you record in direct monitoring mode with your audio interface, so if we come to your studio setup, and there's outside chances maybe what your question is about, that we could record in direct monitoring. And when we record in direct monitoring with the guitar, that basically takes the guitar signal from the input directly to the output and bypasses all of the effects plugins and EQs so that there's no latency. It's basically going straight from the input to the output of the audio interface. So if you wanted to, if you're in direct monitoring and you're like, I have this cool guitar amp and I'm not hearing it until after I play it back, so if we come here and go to our distortion and say, okay, we have our guitar amp and everything sounds great here, and but we don't hear it during recording and we don't hear it on playback, that's when you'd want to go to your studio setup and uncheck direct monitoring, and then you could hear the software guitar amp. So let me know if I was wrong on my answers. So, all right, wonderful to see Volker Schmoll on the live stream. Saying hi to all the Cubase watchers. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see from Volker, he just says, Cubase is a detailed musical composition teacher. I learned this after 38 years. That's all. Don't be afraid of the functions, but take care. It can control your head. I'm joking a little bit. All right. Always wonderful to see Tiago joining us from Brazil, our South American contingent. Thanks for being on. Hope you're doing well, Tiago. All right. right, so we have Endry Hoxa, just saying hello. It says my Cubase crashes a lot. I don't know why. So a lot of times when Cubase crashes, it could be a result of third-party plugins. So if you could tell us if you're running just built-in plugins, or if you're running a lot of if you're running a lot of third-party plugins. Also, if you're running on Mac or PC, if you have a display driver, sometimes display drivers on Windows like NVIDIA can cause problems, but a lot of times it's going to be like third-party plugins that cause it. So if you let us know like which version of Cubase you're running, which operating system, what audio interface, and kind of if you're using a lot of third-party plugins, that would be helpful. All right, so we see Andrew says, every time I try to close a program, the software crashes. I need to close it always with Task Manager. So what that's indicative of, and what that would mean, is that you have a plugin that's not releasing the memory that it's taking. So what some people will do is to close the project before closing Cubase, but often if it's going to be closing on crash, it's going to be related to a third-party plugin that's often causing that. So see if you do a project with all stock plugins, and then if that, and see if you get a crash on closing, or if it's only particular plugins that you're running into that particular issue with. All right, so we see Tiago just says, Greg, thanks about the tip about note transitions and Very Audio using the corner guides and audio events. And it says my vocal tuning got smoother. Very Audio is great. So yeah, I kind of lobbied for that feature for a long time. So, but glad it's working out for you. All right, great to see Trond on as well. All right, so we see a question. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to make an MP4 video file container work properly in Nuendo? Currently, when I'm playing the video in the preview window, it gets blocky. I struggle to play this video. So it could really determine, and it says, in order to make it work properly, I must convert it to a huge size container, Apple ProRes. Is there any other way? So there's, depending, so every time you have a container, you're going to have codecs as well. So there's going to be, so sometimes when you're compressing the video, it has to work harder to decompress the video on playback. And, there are, so if we say video support, just Google like video support in Cubase, Nuendo, Dorco, Wavelab. Google this, and this will give you an idea of the codecs. So, and this will show you, okay, if you have an MP4, you want it to be, an H.263 or H.264 codec. So just make sure that you're using, and those are pretty standard codecs. So, unfortunately, like video isn't like audio, like an audio WAV file that, a WAV file could be played in like, 14 billion different applications. It's standard. So with videos, it's always going to be compressed and then decompressed. And those codecs are kind of, there's thousands, tens of thousands of codecs that are available. And we can't write for every single codec, but if you just kind of, convert it to one of those codecs for the container, then you should be in good shape. And there's like little utilities like Handbrake, I think a lot of people use. I think it's cross-platform. We see Got Your just says, I know it sounds stupid, but and this is to Endry's question about Cubase crashing on closing. He had the same problem for a while. It was he says the latest version of Cubase helped resolve it for him. Receive Neil Conway as a comment to Volker. Just says, surprisingly, many programmers are musicians and mathematicians. There seems to be a correlation in how their brains work. He says he's both left-brained and right-brained, and as originally a poet. So I think kind of like the process of learning a piece of music is pretty similar. You know, if you're learning how to play a song that's difficult, you kind of break it down into little pieces. You go from the beginning to the end. It has to connect. That's very similar thought process to software development. Okay, reading through comments. Lots of great discussion. All right, wonderful to see Braxel from Texas. Thanks. Glad you could join us. All right, so we see Michael Pierce popped in to say hello. He's going to try to join us before the end of the live stream. All right, always wonderful to see Graham Witcher from Royal Wooten Bassett on. Hope you're doing well. Always great to see you. Just reading through comments of the great discussion going on. All right, so we have a question from Alfred. It says, hi Greg, is there a way to normalize a mix? I usually export audio to Dropbox. I just like to get as high level as possible. Yeah, so all you have to do is, I'll just export and switch to a different project here. So, you know, what I like to do a lot of times is just to take, let's say I'll just do just a part of a song, and I'll just go to X file, and we'll go to export audio mixdown. All right, and I'm going, and after export, I'm going to choose create audio track. So we'll export. All right, so now we have a track in our project. That's our mixdown file. So we'll listen to it here, and so we'll just solo this. So say, okay, we want to normalize this particular file. You know, once you have it as an object inside of Cubase, you can now just come over and say, okay, let's go to audio, to processes, and we could just choose to normalize. Then we could do it by, okay, I want it to be minus 3 dB, but what's kind of often more relevant is you say normalize to like minus 14 LUFS or loudness units full scale. So now I could just take my mix here, and you know, I know that it's going to be at minus 14 LUFS for me automatically. So that's an easy way to approach it, you know, especially like if you're like, oh, I'm just like, you know, 1 or 2 LUFS under, how can I get it up without, you know, totally screwing up my whole mix? You know, you could try to just normalize it, and again, you could just go to audio, and you could go to direct offline processing and choose to process and normalize, or select while the event is selected. go to audio to processes and just choose normalize there. So that's a kind of an easy way to do it. Then you could just take that file into Dropbox and be pretty confident that you're, you know, in the ballpark level wise. All right, always great to see Cubase X on. You don't have to apologize for being late. He says, thanks for these hangouts. All right. And he's saying hi to the Club Cubase family. All right, so you see Gerald Ely just loves the normalized tip. All right, so see, I think I'm at the end of questions here. I know we had some more. Neil Conway just says mind blown. All right, and we have Marco Chenko saying hello. And Got Yours says he never uses the normalize anymore. Interesting that they added the LUFS. Very cool. So yeah, it's a great kind of final touch to have on your project. All right, so I know I had some other questions that were mailed in. Let's go to some of those. All right, so we had this question last week, and I had a total brain cramp on it. So the question was how to export a Cubase project to VST Live. All right, so okay, so let me just jump to project that's not terribly big. All right, so let's say we'll take this project here, and it doesn't sound mysteriously like classical bass and piano. All right, so let's say I was going to take this for, and I want to take this and export this particular project to VST Live. And VST Live, if you're not familiar with it, is kind of a tool that's kind of really dedicated, you know, like for really high, for live performance use. So not only will play back backing tracks, you can switch keyboard sounds dynamically as it goes on. You could have multiple songs loaded, you know, different sections of songs. It's different set list. You can control lighting. You could have all the lyrics on display and show up on your iPad. You could have all the chord charts show up as well. So, and so we're going to come over here, and instead of going to export, we go to the VST Live menu. So I'm going to come over here. We'll export our project. I'll select all. I don't have any VST instruments. And I'm going to hit OK. We're going to save it to our desktop, and we'll call it August 4th, 2023. All right. Then we'll save. All right. So now we've done that, and we'll go to VST Live. Okay, so we'll do, let's say, new project. And now that we are in VST Live, what we do is import media project. Let's get to our desktop here. And now all of our tracks will be incorporated and be set for kind of live playback. So that's how you could take your tracks from Cubase and convert and if we wanted to jump back to Cubase from this particular project, we could now close out of here. And then we would go to your file menu to VST Live, and then we could import the media projects if we wanted to tweak it as well. All right, let's see if we have more questions on the live part here. All right, so we see Michael Graybill just says, "Hi Greg, just want to say thanks for the tip the other day about using frequency in MS to exclusively reduce the low end of the side. Super helpful." So yeah, it's a great trick. And I was with kind of a mastering engineer friend of mine yesterday. Greg Lukens, who's always just so amazing. Probably like one of the best audio people in the world, and a blind mastering engineer is just so incredibly smart and awe-inspiring every time I spend time with him. And he just showed me a trick. So if you're not familiar with this in frequency, how you could use kind of mid-side stuff, and just what he just was playing me a project, and I think it was like a blues track, or maybe in a Niels Lofgren mix, the guitars for Bruce Springsteen, who he did some mastering for. I think it may have been that. So let's come over to our mix console. And what he had done was just kind of add a high shelf filter on the... So we'll just take this. I'll show kind of the premise. So if you're not familiar with frequency, if you go to the EQ and choose frequency, he just took like the top band, and instead of making it a peak, made it like a high shelf. So you could grab like band 8 here, but he only made it a shelf for the sides. So if you come over here, we're going to take just the sides, and let's go ahead and make that a shelf. So high shelf just on the side. So, if you're not familiar with like mid-side processing, it's not like the mid isn't the mid-range. It's kind of the middle part of the panning spectrum. So if you have, like right now that we broke this band into M/S, that's mid-side, we could now do EQs just on the middle part of the panning spectrum. So if we were to imagine this as being left, center, right, we could adjust the EQ just on the center part. And this is like really critical for if you have to do like vocal tuning or vocal correction, just to put it into like the middle part and apply a filter there. But what he did is just, and you could use this on the same principle for the opposite of doing low cuts. But as we're playing back our project here, let's make sure I'm not going to kill everyone. So let's just... just to take the sides here, and, he would just add just on the and that's just to kind of... So we're not affecting like the tonal balance in mid-range, but we could just add like highs just on the side frequencies. And we can see how that's not really affecting like tonality of guitars, or wouldn't get in the way of vocals, but can make the whole mix come alive just by... And again, if we just take like our mid part as we do EQ here, so let's say I want to make this just a peak. We're only EQing parts in the middle part of the panning spectrum and not affecting the side. So if you have like vocals that you need to filter a little bit, but that's another great trick that I saw Greg Lukens kind of do yesterday, and kind of just shutting up and listening and watching him work. So okay, so we have Marcochenko asked, how to make MIDI out of audio, but I need the instruments and the drum kit on their own notes. Okay. All right, so let's say if we are here, if you have like a multi-track drum part, so let's say right now I have just a Maple kit, like a Groove Agent kit open. So I will, as I look at this, we'll come over and so right? So kind of generic acoustic drum kit. So if I wanted to, if you have the multi-tracks, you can come over here and just say, okay, so I want to take the kicks. Unless I don't like the kicks, I'm going to double click and we can have our kicks, and I'll just kind of zoom in the editor. What we want to do is to make sure that we have our threshold so that we're just capturing the kicks and not other tracks that are bleeding through. You'll see this little create tab, so we'll say create MIDI notes. So I'm going to select my drum kit again here. So now we'll create MIDI notes, and I'll say let's go to C1 and hit OK. All right, I'll just select this particular. Just do that one more time. So I'm going to have that kit selected. Again, come over, launch our editor, create MIDI notes, and I'm going to put it onto the first selected MIDI track where I have that Groove Agent kit. And now we're triggering our sample. So I'm going to mute the audio kicks here. So say we'll make it, so I'll just take that kick, make it a little louder. I want to tune it. And then if we wanted to combine it with the audio to kind of enhance it. So we could do that for any of the drums. Now, if it is going to be something like a drum loop where everything is mixed together, if you have Spectral Layers Pro, which is kind of an add-on sale, we could do that as well. Let me see if I have this still in. All right, I'll just open up a different project here to show you. So. All right, so let's say we have a drum loop here. So what Spectral Layers could do, and we could add this as basically an extension. I'll come over here to Spectral Layers, and with Spectral Layers Pro 10, it added the capability of kind of unmixing drums. So now we'll come over to unmix and we'll say drums, and I'll hit OK. And at this point, let's just and so if I wanted to replace like my kick and snare, what I could do is just drag my kick track over. So here, let me just. All right, so I'll just. All right, so there's our kick track. And then you could grab the snare track, drag it into the project. And now at that point, you could just do the hit points and do drum replacement directly from there. So you could do very easily, if you have multi-track drums, if you have Spectral Layers Pro, you could break apart the drums into individual components and then replace based on hit points. Okay, so we see from Peter Wick. Hi Greg, could you automatically reverse the order of contiguous events on a track such that E1, E2, E3 equals E3, E2, E1? All right, so let's say if, just add a quick instrument track here. Okay, so I will just kind of go into step edit, like some. Okay, so if I'm going to, let me just get this so it's velocity only. Okay, so we'll come over here. I'll just put in some quarter notes. And I'll just activate. So say I go. All right, so let's say I have those particular notes entered in. So if I wanted to select the particular notes, we could go to MIDI, functions, and reverse. And let me just take all these notes here. Okay, so I'll select those notes there, and again, MIDI to functions and reverse the notes. So let me know if that will work for you. If that makes sense. All right, so we see all right, so we see Neil Conway just says that's cool. Imagine all the plugins that I didn't have to buy. Okay, wonderful to see Jim Fox on. Jim Fox also knows Greg Lukens as well. So I was able to get together with Greg yesterday for lunch and a visit, and I got to see Jim Fox, I think, last month. It's great to see visit your studio, Jim. All right, his question is, hello, Greg. Using control room to monitor 7.1.4 mix and using headphone down mix to check stereo. After export of the ADM file, is there a way to export the same length stereo down mix of the 7.14? So I think let's come over and let me just... So I'm not sure if you wanted like a stereo binaural mix, Jim, or if you wanted it to just be like the stereo down mix of it. But let's go ahead, and I think we could do either way. All right, so let's say we have kind of like an Atmos guitar part here. All right, and if you have headphones on, this will probably translate over for you. I'll open up kind of the channel settings. All right, so it's like we got lovely panning going on. So I think if we go to So in this, we still have in our outputs a stereo out, and we have a renderer output. So if I wanted to take so we have this kind of going around. If I go to my standard bed here, and I'm going to send this to the stereo out, that now when I go to export audio mix down, so we'll just call this Atmos Guitar Binaural, and we'll include that in the project. So again, we'll create audio track. So now as I listen to this, we can just even though that now this is just a stereo file, we'll cello. Sorry about that. Just move this over. I'll just export it one more time here. Oh, had that muted, sorry. All right, and then here we would want to send this to like our stereo out. But that's how you could do kind of a mix down. Now also, I think if you want it to be just like a stereo mix as kind of the fold down, I think what you could do, Jim, is come over to the bed channel. So let's say if we go to our bed, and you could try coming over here and do, I think it's under surround, like the mix 8:2, and then you could use that as the plugin, and that should give you kind of this stereo mix. But you know, realize that the ADM file when you play back in stereo should automatically do that and do the fold down for you. All right, so we have Meshuggah saying bonsoir. Thanks for being on. All right, so we see Patrick Vandervelde A says, thank you, Greg. Today's live was great. All right, thank you. All right, so we have Augie Bendagi saying, hi, Greg. So thanks for joining us. All right, so you see that Nick says, it seems that no one's ever thought to give Michael Teams ice cream. So that's a good point. So we take it for granted, but we appreciate it, Michael. Okay. All right. So we see from Peter Wick. It just says, "Thanks, Greg. I wasn't precise enough. How would you inverse the order of audio events on the same track?" So let me just jump back to that question. I think it's with the E1, F1, G1. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Okay. How would you automatically reverse the order of contiguous events on a track such as E1, E2, E3 to E3, E2, E1? So I don't know a way of. So let's say if we have like these events, and I'll colorize them so it's more obvious. All right, so one way to approach it might be if you switch to shuffle mode. So let's say we have red, orange, green. So let's say I want green at the beginning, and then there might be a macro to. So let's say we want these three events to be reversed. So I think if we, let's see if we can. So an easy way to do it is kind of the shuffle mode. So that could be kind of an easy way. So once we're in shuffle mode, so we have grid mode where we can have these aligned to the grid like so. But once in shuffle mode, if it's if you have just several events here, as I move this over, like let's say I move it to the end, that would automatically kind of flip the order of the events. And if I took time, we could probably get a macro to automatically move that. But if it's just kind of like several events, maybe consider just using the shuffle mode, and that will kind of, as soon as this event goes to the beginning of the orange event, those two events will kind of just flip space like that. So let me know if that's helpful and to do what you want, Peter. And you can do that for MIDI or for audio if you want. So let me know if that's helpful, or if you need to do it for 3,000 events on a project, or if it's just three. I think that perhaps the shuffle mode would be a pretty good way of doing that. See, Jazz Dude just says, interesting studio history to Jim Fox. Just studied your website. So. Yes, you wouldn't know that Jim was like one of the biggest reggae producers in the world. So, and engineers. Okay, so we see from Augie, says, my question is an issue with spectral layers in Cubase. When I try to unmix vocals, everything is played back slow. I can't get it back to the correct rate. Even playing back the track, it's slow. So I'm not sure if you're running it through, sometimes, when I hear something like that, it seems like maybe it's a sample rate issue. So I'm not sure if you're running it like solely as a ARA2 extension. But let's say if we come over here to I'll just throw in a quick audio file, and we'll just do some spectral layers on it. All right, so just drag this. Let's just listen to the file to get reference. What can I say? So just all right, so just kind of get a sense of the tonality here. All right, so I will go ahead and do this. So make sure that, I'm not sure if you're using it as a standalone program or if you're using it in conjunction with Cubase, but when I come over here, I will just double click and we'll go to unmix, and let's do song, and I'm just going to choose only the vocals here and hit OK. This takes just a little bit of time for it to do its number crunching, and the analogy I use many times is it's like taking the eggs out of a cake and putting them back in the shell. All right, so just to see some of our comments. Volker says he likes this place for learning Cubase things. That's good. All right, all right, so we see if Augie is doing it this method. All right, just about almost 60% done. And this method, we can take out drums and guitars and bass. Does a really good job. All right, about 2/3 done. All right, about 3/4 done. All right, just about 10% more. Okay, so now we're just about done. All right, so we'll take our file here. What can I say to you? So now we have them as separate tracks. Take the loop off, sorry. So if I wanted to EQ the vocal a little bit, now that it's been broken, because you hear it's playing back at the same pitch. So, but let me know, Augie, if you're doing it differently than that. But it seems I haven't had any problems with changing pitch. But maybe if you're using it standalone, it's like playing back at a different sample rate. All right. So we see. From Area Online, how to stretch a loop to a certain tempo the best way. So probably like if you have loops, you could have them automatically fit into a project tempo, or you could, by doing like, audio warping. So we'll come over to this do new project. All right, and we'll just drop a quick drum loop in. Okay, so let's say this is our drum loop. Now, as we, let's say this is the original tempo of our drum loop. Now, if we, and let's say we have our tempo to fit. Now we can hear that this loop and the tempo aren't agreeing necessarily. So if we know it, if the loop has tempo information on it, you could just place it into musical mode. And that way, if we have tempo information, the loop will automatically follow. And usually the quality is, surprisingly good. It's way better than it should be. And the benefit of this versus is that if we have tempo changes, so let's say if I come here and we draw in tempo changes, that now this loop will dynamically change the tempo. So I think musical mode has a lot of advantages to it. And if you're not doing musical mode, probably the best way to do a high quality time stretch, if it's something like very critical, is to go to your audio menu to processes, and we will choose your time stretch here. Where is it? Time stretch at the bottom. And here you could choose whether you wanted to do it by tempo, by seconds, or by samples. And here you have access to all sorts of different time stretch algorithms. So you can say I want to make it 120 to 115, or 31 seconds into 29.5 seconds, or samples if you need to. So that would be perhaps a different approach to doing it offline, but that would make it so that it's not going to automatically follow the dynamic tempo changes. So that would be just kind of a set fixed value. And sometimes like people may do that, like, oh, our jingle is too long by 0.3 seconds. then you say, okay, take this file, make it exactly this length. That's when you might want to do this. If it was for making different audio files fit together when you're kind of, assembling loops for a production, then the musical mode may be a better solution for that. All right, so you see from Area Online says you missed my comment, so sorry if I missed it. All right. All right, so we see from Augie Bendagi says he's not using Pro, just the Cubase version. So, Spectral Layer is 1 if you're running it as an extension. It should work the same way. So it's going to work the same exact method. So let me know if that's how you're doing it. And we see Augie Bendagi says he's using the VST. So, try running the try running it, if you're running it as a VST plugin, or if you're running it as an ARA2 extension. Probably the best is to run it as an ARA2 extension. All right, let me jump to some question that was mailed in. Thanks for all the wonderful questions from everyone. All right, so I had a question. Hi, is there a way to detect silence using Cubase Pro or Wavelab Pro in a WAV file and split? The goal is to create new WAV files at each detection. It doesn't have to be 100% automatic. It's okay for a certain amount of human post work. And it says additional comments. It says, by eye, it is easy to see where the silent parts are, but becomes too labor intensive when there are many parts. Save a lot of time at Cubase or Wavelab could do some of this work. All right, so I'll take this drum loop here, and we have it kind of copied out. I will just make some copies of this, so we'll add some additional silence in. All right, so if it's kind of like one long file, what you could do is I'll just go to audio and let's get to bounce selection. So let's say we have one contiguous audio file. Okay, so here we're going to have, so if it's one file, you could come over and go to audio to advanced, and there's a detect silence. So here it could automatically, you can say analyze and then process, and then what it's going to do is automatically break apart the silence, so that way it kind of gets rid of all of the files. I guess you could also, and Michael Pierce had run into this where he's trying to do this across like a gazillion files. You might also in Cubase be able to come over and do a direct offline processing. And let's run a plugin, maybe like a noise gate, and say, okay, and then that will kind of gate out stuff. So I guess that wouldn't work as well. In Wavelab, what you could do, we'll open Wavelab here. Okay, so let's just open up a particular file. If you go to your file menu, to tools, there is a auto split, And here we could choose, okay, we want to do audio files in the active window. We'll say next. And then we could split according to markers. We could split at specific intervals, like every 60 seconds, every 3 minutes, or we could split at silences. So once you're here, you could then set the amount of silence, and you could just simply keep silence before, keep it after, exclude the silence parts, and you could get rid of silence there. So once again, go to your file, go to the file menu to tools in Wavelab and do auto split, and then you have the option to split silences out directly there as well. All right. Okay. All right, so we see just a quick question. Hi, Greg. What is a typical way to create stems? Use render in place. We create a file with the processing baked in. Include master bus. There's several different ways of approaching it. I like the flexibility of the export audio mixdown. So I'll do just a quick section of this, and I'll add just some drum. I'll add just a verb on the drums here quickly so we could hear it. Okay, so now we'll have too much reverb, and let's put a flanger on our, or something strange on our master bus. So we'll just come over here. Maybe we'll put a chopper just so it's incredibly obvious to hear. All right, so what I want to do when I do stems is I just go to my file menu and let's export audio mixdown. We'll select multiple. So here I could render my effects channels independently. I could render, if I had drums, I'm going to take all of my audio, and I could take all of my virtual instruments. And then at this point we see effects. And what I want to choose is I want to do, if I wanted to include like the master effects, I could have no effects, and then my mono tracks will stay mono, my stereo tracks will remain stereo. If I have inserts in the channel strip, my inserts and my channel strip will be included. If I wanted to include like my reverb, I would say groups and sends, and I also want to come over here and incorporate the master. So I'll do the master, and then what I want to do is just to we'll create a new project. So I'm going to take just a portion of this. We'll export audio. And this will take each of the tracks, and we could bake in, whatever level of effects that we want into the particular tracks. And then once it's all done, so this is kind of like the instant stem maker. And we could set up multiple conditions of this and run it in an export queue. All right, we're in step 14 of 17 here, so including all the effects. So depending on what level, if you're passing it off to someone else and they're mixing, you may want to not include the reverbs or maybe not include the master effects. So depending on the situation, so you have that flexibility. All right, and now it's going to load up our new project, and then we could just play it back here, our new project that we've created. And so we could hear the master effects, we could hear the reverb. And if we wanted to just listen to, and I think I did a different sample rate, so you hear the chopper. So all your master effects, all your inserts, everything is included right there. So again, I would just come over to export, audio mixdown, choose multiple, and then you have the flexibility of what processing you want included or not. So that's how I would do it. All right, so we see Area Online asks, is there a simple way to set up Cubase for live looping? I mean, record each track one by one after certain bars and add an automatic quantize to the track recorded. So it's not going to probably automatically quantize the drums, but what I've seen people do is come over, to kind of mimic this particular workflow. Is, let's say we have let me just add audio files here. So if it was MIDI, you could obviously just quantize the but let's say if you want to do audio. So what I've seen a lot of people do is just kind of come over here, and they may have just different audio tracks set up. So let's say, okay, I'm looping here, so I want to find kind of like the best part. So let's say we're recording. Okay, they got a loop. They can take it out of record, say, okay, that was, here, let me just, check my record mode here real quick. Okay, so I'll just do punch in, punch out, add a re-record mode. So let's say, okay, I'm here. Okay, kind of jamming. Okay, maybe I like this particular part. I'm gonna and then okay, maybe not. Okay, wow, that one was pretty cool. So I'm gonna punch out a record, and then go to the next track. So we could just say, okay, now I'm playing this guitar part. I'm doing my vocal part, and now I wanted to punch in, and then if I didn't mess up, all right, and we could set up a preference here to enable record on selected audio track. All right, so let's say we have this, everything is going good here. We like that loop, we're playing on top, and now I wanted to record the loop. Just hit the down arrow, and you could have this all controlled by MIDI. All right, we're gonna punch in. All right, we like that. All right, now we're jamming over top, go down. All right, now I just want to do like a little percussion thing. I'm tapping my guitar. All right, I'm done with that. Let me select the next track. And these other tracks are all continuously looping, and then you could just kind of keep punching in and out on different tracks. Okay, maybe we do 2 or 3 passes with that. Okay, that's going to be a good loop. Let me take it out of record. Let me come here to the next track, punch in, punch out, whatever you wanted to do. So you could easily kind of set up if you want to do kind of live looping in Cubase like that. So Randall Allen says, is there any movies that uses Cubase as production? So yeah, most of them. So I think Oppenheimer was all done in Cubase. You know, anything Hans Zimmer, anything Alan Silvestri, anything Tom Hulkenberg does. You know, obviously Ludwig Göransson, you know, did Oppenheimer and Tenet and Black Panther. You have, Hildur, who did the Joker. She won an Oscar for that. So I think, we had like the last 6 out of 7 Oscars were all for film production were done in Cubase. So. Okay, so we see from Charles K. I saw someone use a sample editor to audition a chopped part from the main screen, but I can't remember how he did it. So let's say if we have, let's close this out here. All right, so let's say if we are in let me just move the extension. So I'm not sure if it was with the hit points here where you could, audition different hit points just using the arrow keys. So if you wanted to just navigate kind of audio via the hit points, and if you wanted to set the threshold a little bit lower, you can now just come here and using the right and left arrow keys audition, like just based on the hit points. Or so let me know if that's what you were thinking of, Charles. All right, so we see Nick has to head off. So have a great weekend, Nick. Thanks for joining us. And also, Charles, one of the things that you could do is if it's for vocal chopping, which Jazz Dude reminded me it could be, could be something as simple as, let me just open up a particular project here. Like if you're doing like different vocals, if you have it in the sampler track, you could, so let's say you just have like,
no time to hesitate, it's all been done.
You could manually assign, hit points. So one of the things that you could do now is come over here and just, and you could just, do slices. And then you could manually put slices in, or and now if you wanted to do,
let's get it going, let going, get but you wanna, let's get it, you wanna, let's get it, you wanna, going, let going, get but been hesitate, it's been hesitate, get, let's get it, let's hesitate, let's get it, hesitate.
So maybe it's something like that, Charles, and that's just kind of dropping an audio file in, and you could have Cubase automatically do it or manually set the slice points so that you could do vocal chops super easy. right. All right, so we have a question from Area Online, or I'm sorry, Ara Online. Sorry. Um, is there a way that I could select a certain part of the project and select out that part, not record and not continue recording after that selected part is finished? Okay, let me just reread that. Select a certain part. All right, so let me I've never tried this with record, but with the cycle markers. So let's say if I add an audio file, an audio track here, all right, and what I'm going to do is just reverse the locators. So let's come over here. I'll go to transport, and we'll go to our locators and exchange the left and right locators. So if our cycle mode is on, we could record, so if I'm playing, what could happen when we have our cycle mode on is that it'll skip this region. So let's see if we record audio, if it kind of does the same thing. And I'll just punch out. But I don't know a way to automatically, because generally audio recordings are going to be let me just reread that one more time and see. Select a certain part of the project and select out that part, not record, and continue recording after that selected part is finished. So I think that is going to, let me just make sure I don't have any punch in or punch out activated. Let me try setting it for a punch in. Let me try activating punch in and punch out with that and see what happens. No, it doesn't work. So let me know if that's kind of what you're trying to do. I might be able to make a macro to do that. I could play around with the macro when I get back from vacation. But let me know if that's kind of what you want to do, to just kind of like skip a section of recording. I mean, you could always set up yeah, you might be able to do it with a macro if I play around with it. But let me know if that's the concept that you wanted to record until like this region and then have it start recording again. But generally the audio files are going to be kind of contiguous, and not be broken down into two parts, or if you need to do it in real time or just after the fact. If you needed to just stop recording so there's no data in there at all, or if you just needed it could be recorded, but at that point automatically delete that part of the file afterwards. If you could let me know that would be helpful. All right. All right, so you see Charles K. says, thanks, Greg. It was an audio part that was chopped in the main window. He cut the part up into 4-bar sections and dragged it into the lower zone. After that, he went to a hidden preference where he could play the main track in full loop 4-bar section, but is based to audition each 4-bar section. Difficult to explain. So maybe it was something kind of like this. So let's say we have I'll double click here and I'm going to set just like a local loop. Okay, so maybe a left and right locator here just within this loop. All right, so now we could, all right, so what I want to do is to take this, maybe it's this mixer here, and let's come and we want to activate the independent track loop. Let's see if it's, might be, let me just move it up here because it's at the very bottom here. All right. And then with the independent track loop, all right, so I'm going to turn this on and set just a small loop. So now we could have this. Let me just. All right. Trying to remember, but I did a video on this doing like MIDI stuff with it. But let me know if it's excuse me, I just got something in my eye here. All right, let me just set. All right, let me just try setting just a smaller loop event here. All right, so you see how this is now looping just in this part of the editor, but the song continues to play on. So this could be like an independent track loop, so this could continue to play on in like a little loop while the song continues forward. Let me know if that's kind of what you saw, Charles. All right. Okay, so you see about that, it says I need to record real time, and for example, I need to stop recording on bars 5 through 8 and automatically start recording after 8th bar real time, as you did without skipping. So I'll play around with it and see if I can get, I think I could probably get a macro to do it. So, all right, so we see Jazz Dude just saying, reminder, next week I'm on vacation, so. All right, so we see Charles K says the independent track loop was it. All right, so we see Michael Pierce says he's never seen an independent track loop before that caught his attention. That shall be a revelation of the day. All right, yeah, and I did a tutorial video on it not so long ago on the Cubase channel. All right, let's go to. All right, so we see mastering and change. It says, "Hi folks, can someone point me in the right direction? A list of PC optimizations for Cubase 12 Pro. Had a session crash with 5 tracks, all audio using amplitude, so I think it's more optimization." Check out, there's obviously the Cubase Nation Discord has a lot of material for that, and it's not necessarily Cubase specific, but probably like real-time audio performance specific stuff. So, all right, let me just look at some of our questions that were sent in. All right, so we have a question. Is it possible to set free warp markers automatically for a track? Thank you in advance for answering this question. So if you have hit points, and anytime that you record hit points, or anytime you record audio into Cubase, it's going to have hit points automatically detected. So let's say on this, if we, just take any audio file, we could look at hit points, and at this point we could just come over, and from our hit points we could say, all right, so let's look at hit points for this particular file. All right, so we have our hit points, and what we want to do is, if you go to audio to real-time processing, we'll say create warp markers from hit points. And now once we're in the warp and we're in free warp mode, and we're kind of zoomed in enough, and we have the warp tool selected, all the hit points are automatically turned into warp markers for you. So anytime that you record audio, Cubase will apply hit points. Let me just clear my throat. Cubase will apply the hit points, go to audio, and again to real-time processing, create warp markers from hit points. All right, so a question. Hi, Greg. I've been I have loaded Contact 6 instance with 15 MIDI tracks routed. I'm not able to load the quick control presets that saved my modulation, CC1, expression, CC1, I guess CC11, and sustain. I'm able to load the preset in the instrument track, but not on the MIDI tracks. I have routed the MIDI tracks to the correct channel. Okay, so if we have, let's come over here, and I think I may have saved one, so I'm just going to add a MIDI track. And as we add the MIDI track, we'll come over here. Let's go to our quick controls. So a lot of times you may not actually have to use quick controls for for MIDI CCs, but let's say we want to have modulation. So I'm going to go all the way down to all CCs. We'll say 11 for expression, and let's do CC64 for sustain. Okay, and I think I may have saved this previously where we say MIDI CC preset. Okay, so I'll just save this as a preset. So we'll come over here, say preset. We'll call it MIDI CC2. Now let's come over and let's see if we add an instrument track, if there's any difference between instrument tracks. So we'll go to our quick control settings, and then I have MIDI CC preset 1, and let's see if we go to that activated. So it looks like you might have to save the CC. Now let's come over here and go to our so we'll go here to all CC, and we'll save an instrument track. And now we'll save this preset as instrument CC. Okay, so I'm going to go to add another instrument track. Come here, let's go to instrument CC. All right, those are recalled. Now I'll add a MIDI track. So it looks like maybe the quick control presets could be different for MIDI and instrument tracks. So once you come over here, we'll see if we load up the instrument CC, it's not going to work. But if we go to our MIDI track CC, then it works. So there are going to be two different presets for quick control. So instruments will be different than having MIDI CC presets for quick controls. All right, so we had a question. Is there a way to set up a 6.14 config for Atmos in Cubase, meaning I could have a phantom center instead of the speaker there? So it's probably not a good idea, but let's see, and it's not a standard configuration at all, I don't think, but let's come over here and because it's probably not going to carry over, but let's add an audio track, and so it looks like you could do, it's 514. Yeah, I mean, it's a really odd surround configuration. I mean, I guess you could have it as 714, not have a center channel, realizing that when you do the ADM file that it's automatically going to place it, because it's object oriented, that it'll place it in the center channel when there's a center channel present. So I would probably have it as a 714 or 712, and then let the Atmos carry over to panning on a playback through the ADM file. But, it's always good to have a center channel if you can. Okay, we have a question. I recently incorporated a summing mixer into my studio, and this has necessitated various changes in my workflow. My latest project consists of several MIDI tracks, each being sounded in real time by a soft synth. The resulting audio does not feed directly into the master bus as it did in my old workflow. Instead, via direct routing, it feeds into various outputs of my audio interface, which function as stems and then into the summing mixer. The summed mix then goes back into my audio interface, and from there into a summing return channel in Cubase. The summing return channel then feeds into the master bus. So far so good, but a problem arises when I try to export a stereo master. The resulting WAV file has no audio. What do I have to do to get the audio I'm hearing to export as a WAV file? So probably if you're incorporating a summing mixer, it's going to make sure that you don't indicate, but I would always make sure that when you're doing the export audio mix down, that at this point you're choosing, make sure in that scenario, you'll have to have the real-time export, because it's not utilizing external, it doesn't sound like you have the external effects configured inside of Cubase, so it may export quicker than real-time, and because it's kind of going out, it's not being processed and it's not feeding the entire chain, that it's probably not going to do anything until you actually have real-time export checked. So make sure that you have the real-time export checked, and that would be needed to kind of incorporate the analog summing chain. All right, let's jump back to our live questions. We got about 9 minutes left. Thank you for all the great questions from everyone. So, Memento says, how would I get through next week without Hangouts? Well, by doing unfinished business. It's that easy. Yeah, so I think I calculated it for reports that there are 77 days worth of Hangouts if you watched it for 24 hours straight. So you could probably get by for 7 days. You could watch every live stream in its entirety and still have 70 more days to go. All right, so we see Charles Cage is saying there was a revelation for him seeing the independent track loop. So that was probably my video, so I did one on it not too long ago. We're on the Steinberg channel. All right, wonderful to see David M. from Liverpool's made it. Always great to see you. All right, so Andy Costo asks, how to play a MIDI drum pattern from Contact with a drum set from Groove Agent. So if Contact has like an output, it could, it should be able to automatically play it. So I don't know if Contact has like a MIDI out that could be used. I'll show you how we could do it inside of Cubase, like because Groove Agent has a MIDI out. So I'll show you the concept, and maybe Contact, I'm not that familiar with it, might have something similar. So let's say I have Hallian Sonic loaded up here, and I'm just going to load up like a drum set. All right, so let's find... All right, there we go. Okay, so let's say we want to find drum set here. We'll do maybe like a quick... All right, so just find... All right, so we have this this drum sound. So I'm going to load up a Groove Agent. All right, so now I could even just load up just a pattern group. So let's say, okay, I want to find Beat Agent Groove. All right, so now I'm just going to go to my pattern group. And what I could do now is just say, okay, Hallian Sonic is its MIDI input is coming from Groove Agent. So let's say I'll play this pattern. And then for this, we'll say Groove Agent is going to be our input. So I'm not sure if the patterns are going to map out. Probably not. Let me just find like a quick, like a general MIDI map just to kind of show it. So let me just load up maybe a different pattern. So now we could just take Groove Agent is now sending MIDI out and playing to a different instrument here. So this way we could use, so there may be something similar, with Contact, that it could send a MIDI out to feed MIDI data into another instrument, or you could take a pattern from Groove Agent and send it into Contact if you want. All right. But just make sure that Contact has the ability to send a MIDI out through like a MIDI output port. All right, so we see, hey Greg, I created an empty event to do step record in the lower, this is from Gerald Ely, window editor. I activate step record and the blue cursor disappears, but disappears when I click to move it to be continued. I add a second empty event, it works normally. What's going on? So let's say if I want to do a quick step entry here. So I will come over here. And one of the things is when you do the step entry, once you see it, you can double click to move like where the step entry part is. And I'll just have this coming from my controller. So as we go to add, I'll activate the step input. And again, once we're here, then you could do step inputs, but sometimes you may need to just double click. A lot of people assume that's going to work at the project cursor, but just double click to put the line in, and then that will probably make sense. And so give that a try, Gerald. All right, so we have the appeared one, checking in from a hotel in Denmark. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for the kind words about my vacation. All right, so all right, wonderful to see Grant Nicholas on. His question is, how do I get my group channels to visibly stay together in my mixer view? So if we have group channels that are, so if we add a group channel here, we could just say I want to see group channel there, and I want to see a group channel here. It will follow the the order that is created. So when we go into our mix console, we can see group, but it would, if we just move all of our groups together, at that point it would just reflect the order here. Or you could have one mixer view that all you see is group channels, or you could choose, if you're in kind of a larger project, you could say, let's say our groups are separated here again. We could go to the visibility and then go to zones. And so we should see visibility, and let's say we'll add some audio tracks as well. All right, and then once you're in zones, you should see the ability to anchor the particular tracks. I'm not sure what brain cramp I'm having with this, but let's go back to visibility to zones, and then you could anchor the particular tracks as well. So with that, we are out of time. Once again, we won't be having live streams next week. I'm going to be in Ocean City, Maryland on vacation. But I look forward to seeing everyone back on the 15th. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy. And thanks for all the wonderful questions. And we'll see everyone in just a little over a week. Thank you so much. And we'll see you next time. Goodbye.